Welcome back, everybody, for episode 14 of our UnKerbaled Start modded career. I hope everybody has had a good Thanksgiving yesterday. For those that us that celebrated it, I know I did. I was going to do this yesterday, but I was exhausted, man, because I did all the cooking. Smoked the turkey, made mashed potatoes, did vegetables, did stuffing, did the full Monty, and then took the dog to the park twice. And by the time all that was done and I finished eating, I was just like, I don't feel like doing anything. All right, but here we are. We're back. All right, episode 14. Let's get some science. Let's do it. All right, I need to make an adjustment to this. There we go. Now I can turn that back up. All right, where did we leave off? Oh, that's right. We had made a new crewed launch vehicle. And we need to build out its launch pad. That's right, we decided to call it Project Orbit. How come I can't call it Atlas and just do a search for it? Nope, it is not grabbing the right node. Still isn't grabbing the right one. There is a node in there. With this engine configuration, this may not work. I'm going to adjust the engine configuration. that'll work. Tequila Chief Onka, what's going on, man? Mr. Allergy. Tequila allergy. What is going on? You're not fully sober? And a little too much tequila? Yeah, we need the Atlas pipes off. Oh, that's for the only for the pipes, which I turned off. The clamp configuration I can only on this one set on or off. All right, I guess we won't use that launch stand then. And we'll go back to... Oh, and before we do that, I forgot.
Stickers.
Hey, Gloff, what's up, man? Cider and Jaeger mixed together? Damn, Tequila, you went like full on like party mode, huh? Gotta live up to that namesake. You came home too early? What, did they kick you out of the bar, or did everything close? Hinkloff, it sounds like it. I think Hydro, isn't that, like honeyed wine? Isn't Hydromol like honeyed wine? Yeah, if it's in 18, okay, yeah, it is. It's like it's like the Romans. A lot of Romans drank it, if I remember correctly. Hydromol, I'm pretty sure it's honeyed wine, not mead. Chief, of course I was there, man. Weren't you? But mead, yeah, but mead doesn't use wine though. Chief, you actually had a day off? So Tequila, I have to ask then, dude. And if she had to take her train home,
Why weren't you on it with her?
Oh, Hank Love, okay, that makes sense. Queer, what's up, man? Hey, at least I was in the ballpark. And the only reason I know that is from watching Spartacus. Does she know that she's your future wife? And if she's the wife that you want, she would have. I'm giving you a hard time. I live for these moments. Tequila, you can say what it really was, and it wasn't about the drinks. It was about spending more time with her. Naps more. Always drink for oblivion. No half measures. See, I'm perfectly content just having like one or two drinks and I'm good to go. Some other people I know though, yeah. Once they have one, it's until they don't know their own name. Gotta make sure we get all the sponsors on there. There. See? Stickers. NASCAR? Yeah, that is true about NASCAR. Tequila, it's something that Steam it's just the name that Steam calls it. I always find it funny to put stickers from Jeb's junkyard on engines. I don't know why, but it makes me chuckle. Even though it's not something you're really actually going to see during a launch, but... Alright, now... Yeah, the 3-meter square works. Oh no, wait, this is not the one I want to use. There's a different one I want to use. Yep, this one. More mosquitoes? Are you kidding me? Go away. Alright, now I need a crew elevator. Which one is that? Alright, now... Aha! Okay. Alright, so that's gotta go out to there. At least. Alright, I have an idea then. Maybe. Unless, can I make this a sideways version? Yes. Tequila, it's pretty good. It's still ongoing. Today is Aegis Day. Tomorrow is where they start Best in Show, and all the ships will be available for the next 5 days. But there's a few new ships, as, you know, expected. MG, there's not much there in Nyx yet, unless you start the mission chain for the Vandul. Oh yeah, Tequila would. There's the Nyx system is now in game. There's now 3-star systems. However, Nyx is not fully implemented. There's only Levski and then mission areas to go to. That's it. There's no planets yet. Krusty Muffins. What's going on, man? That's a name. Okay, so just push button for that. All right. Injury, yeah, all of them have been like each event that they've added during that patch cycle. The news always was relevant to that event, and the same with the NPCs. When you hear them talking, just walking around a space station, the NPCs talking, they'll be talking about it. How you doing today, Krusty Muffins? Jimmy, we're gonna do both. Not too bad. We are building out a launch pad here for our new orbital launch vehicle for Kerbals. As we want to put one up into a polar orbit so that they can EVA and get us.
Science.
Krusty Muffins, are you... I have no idea where you're at in terms of experience with KSP. Are you just trying to go to Duna, or are you in a launch window? You can't just... If you're not aware, you cannot just go to Duna. Right? You have to... The planets have to be in alignment to do it. Here, let me save that real quick. I'll show you what I mean. Well, if you've made it to Midmas, you've done better than most people that play KSP. Alright, so if we're here on Kerbin, right? And you have Moon and Midmas. If we zoom out, right, the red orbit here is Duna. Alright, if you put Kerbin at the 6 o'clock, if you're looking top down at this, and you put Kerbin at roughly the 6 o'clock position, Duna needs to be about 44 degrees ahead, is the middle of the window. Right, you get about 3 degrees on either side of that. Right, so if you like measure out like roughly 45 degrees, 44 degrees, Duna needs to be right about in this area in order for you to be able to go. Now, the closer you are to 44 degrees, the faster you get there and the least amount of energy it takes to go. If you're starting to move outside of that 44 degrees, as I said, you get about 3 degrees on either side of that, it'll take more delta V and it'll take longer to get there, but you can still go. Right, it's a window for a reason. It's not just exactly this. Right, but if you are, like for example, where Duna is here, you're not going to go. You'll have to do a massive correction halfway there, partially way there. Once you leave Kerbin's SOI into solar orbit, you'll need to do a massive correction and it'll take a really long time to get there. Right, so if you're going to the outer planets, their orbit, the orbital velocity of the planets around the sun relative to Kerbin is slower than you. Right, so you need the planet to be ahead of you because you're going to be traveling faster. When you leave Kerbin's SOI, you're taking with you its orbital velocity around the sun. Right, so you're gonna you need to slow down in order to be able to get to the planet. So you need the planet to be out ahead of you because you're going to catch up to it. Right, because you're going to be traveling faster than it. The inner planets are the exact opposite. You need them to be behind Kerbin because they're moving faster than you are. Right, so just as an FYI, Eve, which is the next, if you can go to Duna, you can go to Eve. Eve is needs to be 55 degrees behind Kerbin. Right, so right roughly here-ish. Right, and again, it's about 3 degrees either side of that limit. You can still go, right? But you gotta launch when they're up when they're behind Kerbin. Right, Jewel, if I remember correctly, is about 30 degrees. It needs to be about 30 degrees ahead of Kerbin because it's moving really, really flippin' slow. Hinklop, yes. And it also takes the most amount of energy to go to more than any other planet in our solar system. Same with Moho. Moho is in my opinion, Moho is the most difficult planet to get to. Yeah, Moho in our solar system? Yeah, sure. No, Mercury in our solar system, yes. So, Krusty, does that help you out a little bit? So there's in-game tools. You can make an alarm. Oh, I forgot about that, Chief. I mean, Maki, thank you. But yeah, you can also just make an alarm. Go down here to the... This is in the game. Just create an alarm. Planetary transfer window. We want to go... Urban Naduna. Yep, and just add alarm. Right, so we have 87 days before our first Duna window in this save. This save is new, so we haven't been to Duna yet. And by the way, if you can go to the moon, you can go to Duna. Just FYI. So this will give you an idea of when you need to, of how long it'll actually take you, right? So going interplanetary is a little bit different. And then coming back, it's going to be the opposite. Like if you want to come Duna back to Kerbin, it's going to be the opposite. right? Because Kerbin will be traveling faster, so Kerbin will need to be behind. Basically the same position. Dune will be 44 degrees. It's the same. Now, the biggest thing with going interplanetary is knowing that you can't just go, right? Because the planets are all in orbit around the sun. You need a launch window when to go. Even in real life, because of Earth's 15-degree axial tilt and the orbit that our moon is in, you can't just go to the moon anytime you want. In Kerbin, you can because it's exactly equatorial, right? And there's no axial tilt to the planet. And so you can always go to the moon in Kerbal. In real life, you can't. There's actually, you can only go about half the time because of launch inclinations. Crusty muffins, then what you do is wait until moon is not there. Right, that's the other issue, right? Moon is a greedy moon is a greedy bastard, right? It's always trying to capture you with its sphere of influence because it's so close to Kerbin. It's like ridiculously close to Kerbin. Right, so what I have to do is before you launch is just time warp a day or two so that moon won't be there, right? It'll be in a different part of its orbit relative to Minmus. Yeah, moon's a gravity bully, for sure. We haven't been to Minmus yet in this save. We will be going soon, and my approach to going to Minmus is probably different from what most people's is I prefer to do something what's called a bioelliptical transfer. Obviously, Moon's got to get her fat ass out of the way, right? And then when I don't necessarily make a maneuver node. If I do, I launch into orbit. But sometimes I like to go to Moon and Minmus direct, meaning I don't make a maneuver node. I wait until the planet's just below the horizon and then launch. So the Moon is just below the horizon and then launch. But anyway, either way you do it, whether you make a maneuver node or go direct, I launch out past Minmus, but I still make sure I stay inside of Kerbin's SOI. Right, because you're launching from the equator, and Minmus has a 6 degrees inclination. Right, it's 6 degrees above or below, depending on which side of Kerbin it's on, relative to when you launch, right? So you may end up having to do up to a 6 degree inclination change. So I launch out so that my apoapsis is above. I don't worry about the encounter yet. It's just above the orbit of Minmus, but I know where Minmus is going to be. And then once I'm out there, I do the inclination change and get the intercept. As I drop back in towards Kerbin, we end up getting captured by Minmus. And the reason I do it way out there is your orbital speed is really, really, really slow. So the inclination change only costs, I think it's like 50 or 70 delta V. It's very little. Where if you do that inclination change from Kerbin orbit, it's going to be almost 400 meters per second. It takes longer, and the mission takes longer doing it that way, but it's significantly more energy efficient. Or twice a day, there is a launch window for Minmus where you launch at 0 inclination relative to Minmus. When it's if the ascending or descending node is over Kerbin or over the KSC, launch, and then you don't have to worry about an inclination change, as long as Moon's got her fat ass out of the way. Hinkoff, you can sometimes it works, but as Maki says, it's the gain is very small because of the scale of the system, the scale of Kerbin's stock system. Now, if you go up in scale, that changes dramatically, right? The amount you can get from an assist, but it's very difficult to plan for the assist. Right, Kerbin's maneuver tool isn't very good at it. But yeah, stock scale, the gain is quite small. So now we gotta bring this down. It doesn't have a little platform that comes out here? Thought there was. It must be in a large one. I know it's clipped a little bit. That's alright. It won't affect anything. Same vessel and all. Hinkloff, I didn't build this. This is from Alpha Mince, dude. Krusty, do you have too many mods installed? So many options. I'm just gonna turn them off and go with the side ones. Side ones should be plenty. But these had an extension. Alright, I'm guessing those are not the ones I'm looking for then. this one. Okay. It's all in the details, man. $121 mods?
That's it?
Hinkloff, it is not necessary. Right, but it helps for the immersion, right? I mean, I could just slap generic launch clams onto it and send it, but...
Where's the fun in that?
Oh, by the way, where's Cyantic today? Cyantic! I got your flavor, buddy.
Dr. Pepper. Elixir of the gods. Maybe not the strawberries and cream, though.
Well, that was a good one. I'm not sold on this flavor of Dr. Pepper, just saying. But I know since you said you drink it all the time, there you go. But once Hinkloff, once I build this, let me save this real fast. Once I build this though, right? Like this one is already built. I keep forgetting to just leave that open because it makes it easier. Right, so now I pre-build them like that once, and then afterwards, all I need to do, if like say for example, I wanted to launch this satellite. Right, let's say this is the full satellite or payload that I wanted to launch. All I need to do is grab the appropriately sized vehicle, merge them together, adjust the struts, close the fairing, adjust the height, and send it.
Very nice.
Imp! Check your staging. Yeah, we gotta do that. All right, staging I know is probably messed up on this right now. Just gotta go down there. That's gonna go with that. Hinkloff, it's gaining in popularity in the US, like quite dramatically. So if you don't know about the origin of Dr. Pepper, it's one of the first sodas. I think it was the first one that was actually sold as just a soft drink, and what they weren't trying to peddle it as a medicine of any type, right? So in the time frame around this, right, soda stores started to pop up all over the place, right? At least in the bigger cities like New York and whatnot. And where it would go in and you'd mix carbonated water with, all these different, flavors. right? So you could get, you know, different, you know, mix it with like different flavors. And somebody that worked at one of those places decided, what if I could create the smell of that soda, the smell and the taste in the air of that soda shop, and make that a flavor of its own. Hence why Dr. Pepper usually has, like, you know, 21 flavors on the can, or somewhere around it. Is that's the reason, is they were trying to create that soda shop feel in a single beverage. No, obviously they didn't use cans back then, they used bottles, but, and that's how Dr. Pepper was born. That's what's funny, because it has nothing to do with prune juice and doesn't even taste like it. Maki, I won't be able to see it. If it's a night launch or a sunset or dawn launch, I can see them. Daytime, I can't see them. Chief, I do too, but if you, bottles are very difficult to find now. The only thing you can find in bottles here, or like in glass bottles here, is Mexican Coke. I probably shouldn't say it that way. Mexican Coca-Cola. Yeah, it's too tall. Even that way. Wait, can I do a height adjustment on this? Where's the height? Alright, which one allows me to adjust the height? So many pieces. By the way, when you use Alpha Mense's launch pads with Blue Dog Design Bureau, dude, you can do some awesome stuff, right? But
so many parts.
I think Blue Dog Design Bureau on its own is close to 300 parts, if not more. Right, and then Alpha Mense's launch pads. Where is Alpha? Alpha, are you out there? How many parts are in your mod, dude? Yeah, hey, nothing wrong with Mexican Coke. Just saying. Alright, it's made with real sugar. It's right next to it, dumbass.
Insert dumbass right in this chair.
Alright, now we just need the top. Hey, I like Fanta. Dude, orange Fanta and chicken tacos, dude. I'm not a big fan of strawberry anything other than strawberries themselves. Hinkloff, if you go to a specialty store, I'm pretty sure you can find it. Because I know you can even go... You can find the Italian sodas. Krusty, or... Are you, like not feeding the hamsters in the wheel? Or do you just need to clean it out? Or are you playing on a laptop? Gaming and laptops don't generally, as a rule, don't go well together. Oh, that one. I know which one I need. I need the small. Did not mean to grab that. Let's do it that way. All right, electrical. Air conditioning. Alright, I guess we're just gonna stick with 2B. That's alright. Alright, electrical and the service module fuel. That is not what I meant to grab. Alright, yep. I didn't mean to do that either. But I do need to grab this. It definitely has to go somewhere else. On the vehicle. Alright, oxidizer. LFO. Oxidizer and LFO. Needs all of the umbilicals. Is this necessary?
Absolutely.
No, it's not necessary, but it adds a little bit of drama and some flair to the whole thing. Here, mosquito, get out of there. Come somewhere I can clap you without having to mess up my system. All right. Krusty Muffins, polar orbit, to get polar orbit science, right? But I like making all of my launches all extra
fluffy.
He's so fluffy, I'm gonna die! It's so fluffy!
See, you need all the extra launch fluff. You need all the fluff. Alright, save that. Okay. No Kerbals on board. There's a reason for that. Alright, so we're gonna put it on the pad, and then we gotta go. We're gonna make a crew van, and we're gonna drive the Kerbal out. That's gonna go on the mission. Because, as I said,
Gotta make it fluffy.
Krusty, you can't do that in the polar orbit. But what you're talking about is in game is what you call geosynchronous. In real life, it's called geosynchronous. Geo meaning Earth, Keo meaning Kerbin, right? But basically, your orbital period, the amount of time it takes you to complete one orbit, is the exact same as the rotational period, basically the day, right? So you stay above the exact same spot, right? In Kerbal, the altitude is roughly 2,863 meters, but it's more about the matching the orbital period exactly, which is 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 9 seconds. I have a couple of satellites up in that. Once we put the Kerbal up for this mission, I'll show you what I mean. Alright, so we're gonna leave that there on the pad. Now we gotta go get our crew van. The satellites that you saw earlier, there's 3. We actually have 3 up. They're making our local comnet. Right, these 3 satellites here, this one, and this one. They are in geosynchronous orbit. They are directly... they'll stay at the same spot. As Kerbin rotates, they'll stay there where they are. It's pretty cool to watch it if you go into time warp with one, but I don't want to do that before we do this launch. But you'll be able to see, because you'll go around, like, it won't look like Kerbin's moving. Everything else will be. All right, I think I'm just gonna take. Oh, well, our science van actually works because it as a crew van as well, because it's got all kinds of extra seats. All right, who's driving? All right, we're gonna let Bill, the engineer, drive. Valentina is the one that's going to orbit because she was the first Kerbal to space, but she was not the first Kerbal to orbit. Jeb was the first Kerbal to orbit, so now Valentina's going to go because we're going to put her in a she'll be the first to polar orbit. Across the, yeah, exactly. But yeah, but a polar orbit, as you're going this way, right, around the planet's rotating this way underneath you. So eventually you'll pass over every single biome. Alright, she needs her helmet on. Alright, she's buckled in. What is sitting over there? Shouldn't be anything over there. I have an object 2.5 kilometers out to the south. I don't know what that is. It's grayed out, so it's debris. In reality, this would be coming from this building, but I can't spawn in vehicles over there. Or can I? I could probably add some with Kerbal constructs so that we could spawn vehicles that way. Miralith, no, stock Kerbin does not. There are planets in the stock system that have inclination and moons. Kerbin itself, no. No, geosynchronous is always 0 inclination. No, or correction, geostationary is always at 0 inclination. But yes, you can make a geosynchronous. Even if there was, you still could do it. Right, so geosynchronous or geosynchronous would just means it matches the rotational period of the planet. But geostationary, it can only be done at 0 degrees. Even in real life, it's the same way. Krusty, there's mods for that. We have several bases around the around Kerbin. Val, you're not supposed to do that. Did I press the wrong button? Yep, I did. I pressed let go instead of step out. Turn that off. So it just gives you a perspective of just how big, you know, some of your launch vehicles are compared to the Kerbal. What was that about? Okay, Val. You doing all right? Wait, why is there no, why isn't this open? This is supposed to be open. That's weird. Why isn't that? That's weird that that is not open. I have to double check that because I'm pretty sure that's open in Nevab. Well, we're still able to get in. All right, and then Bill. Hey, slow down, Bill. Bill, stop drinking and driving, dude. No more mystery goo for you. All right, so we can recover the van. don't accidentally hit the recover button. I've done that more than once. Oh, you know what? Krusty, thank you for reminding me. Dude, I keep forgetting that I need to take our Kraken emote and turn it into a flag. For KSP. World first, we've performed a crew transfer near Kerbin. Okay. The only problem about doing it this way is you cannot use this as the mission clock for the rocket itself. Because this is from the time frame that she launched. Or no, from the time we put this out there and then went back. Right, getting guidance all set. Oh, I gotta do that too. All right, there we go. Alright. I'll come that action group for the elevator is working, but the action group for the arm is not. Okay, there we go. Alright, now we have our cinematic withdrawal of the swing arm. Camera check. Oh. We forgot to add cameras.
This guy in this chair really sucks.
So, no onboard cameras. Valentina Kerman is go. Crew vehicle is go. Escape system armed. First stage is go. Second stage is go. Guidance is go. I need a go, no go from chat. Chat is go. Vientos, what's up, buddy? In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, main engine start. 2, 1, send it. And we have liftoff. And Vientos with some gift subs. Thank you, sir. Perfectly timed with that launch. Picker 12 Bravo, the way that life can suck. Sun Shadow, Nail 832, Panthalon, Talic Dragon, Jasco, Krusty Muffins, and B Cosmic. Give a big thank you to Vientos Oscuros for those wonderful gift subs. Oh, we need to be throttling down here as we are screaming. Throttling down to 50%. Alright, we're now almost 40 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC. Passing an altitude of 42 kilometers. Passing Mach 4, and we are coming up on main engine cutoff. We have Miko. Alright, we have good stage separation. And upper stage ignition. We don't want to go too high. We're at a perfect 90-degree inclination. So we're going to shut it off here and just coast momentarily. We have nearly a 3-minute coast time. But Vientos, dude, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it, buddy. That puts our 65 sub goal within reach. So how you been, Vientos? ¿Cómo estás, amigo? Alright, I was aiming for 150 kilometer orbit, but Vientos distracted me there with all his gift subs, so I didn't bring the rocket over as quickly as we should have. Fair to middling. That works. I like that response too, fair to middling. I like that response. I keep forgetting to move the go, no go to followers emotes. Because when I add them, I put them in the wrong section. Alright, a little bit of time warp here so we can get a little bit closer. Alright, and 3, 2, 1, light it up. Going for that circularization burn. As Val's got some velocity to pick up. Mosquito flying around. Krusty, yeah, I know, but this way makes them available to everybody always. $1K sub gift option. Oh, we ran out of fuel. That's all right. I ain't that rich. Vientos, dude! Another 10 subs. Holy crap, buddy. Scientic, Gatsu, Midday Cloud, Twitch Stewie, Be Cool, Napsmore, Smirk Bird, Hinkloff, Last Corsair, Armored Fist. Thank you once again, man. Yeah, holy crap, dude. You give us a level 4 train. That's the first one I've ever had. So, thank you, man. I appreciate it. And Way of Life that can suck, man. Another 5 gift subs. Dude, you guys are killing me, man. Thank you. The Way of Life, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Wow, level 5 hype train. Thank you guys. I appreciate it, man. All right, so Maximus, 333, Birdie Martin, Killer 24 Ohm, Donnie Q, and Gordy Kegs. We're in well, actually, no, we're not in orbit, are we? Hold on, I gotta fix that. All right, we gotta lose the escape module portion. Run this downhill here a little bit. We're safely in orbit. All right, we need, oh, other way. Roll at 90 degrees. There we go. Thanks, Krusty Muffins. Have a good night, buddy. Krusty, dude, that's the way I was yesterday, man. All right, so Valentina is in orbit, and she's over the cold ocean, so let's start getting those EVA reports. Scientific, yeah, well, it's more than just that. I mean, it's all the family, you know, friends. Also, most days I take Delta to park twice a day. Otherwise, she's an absolute 4-legged terrorist. Right, and when I say take her to the park, she's not happy with just like taking a walk around the park. No, it's frisbee, obstacle courses, like all of that. And I did all the cooking yesterday, right? I smoked the turkey, made mashed potatoes, did the sauteed vegetables, did the stuffing. Vientos, yes. Scientific, I do for most of them. She literally goes up like on the kid. There's no kids around. We go up on the kids' jungle gyms and go down the slides. She likes going down the slides. By the way, if you want the best screenshots, Polar Orbits. I'll give you the best screenshots. All right, Southern Ice Shelf. Get back out. Get an EVA report. Alright, buckle yourself back in. And we're over the South Pole. The inside, yeah, exactly. What's funny though is some old guy once was walking by when we were going down the slides. And he looked at me and he's like,
Is that necessary?
and my response was,
Absolutely.
it's absolutely necessary. You know, and then he's all about, you know, well, what if your dog has an accident on the slides? I'm like, trust me, there's nothing that she could do on that slide that some little 3-year-old brat hasn't already done. But yeah, Vientos, the way that life can suck, man. Thank you so much for that hype train, but guys, I really appreciate it, man. You guys are awesome. No, but Delta is a very, very high energy dog. Little did I know how much she would actually live up to her namesake of Delta V, because man, that dog can wear you out. All right, but with all that excitement, I gotta go punch the bladder reset button real quick, and I'll be right back. So enjoy the view, and I shall return momentarily. Alright, I'm back. My bladder thanks you for your patience. Okay. So now, what biome are we over? Shores. Do I have shores or grasslands? Let's find out. Nope. We got grasslands. So we're at the bottom of our orbit here. As we come around our apoapsis, I think I'm going to raise our periapsis up. Now we're over highlands. I missed the mountains. That's all right. Oh, no, we got mountains again. Okay, back to highlands. And we'll hang out here for a second, see if mountains pop back up. Oh, back to grasslands. I realize this is more dramatic if we launch at sunset or sunrise, because that way it stays sunset or sunrise when you're in polar orbit. But it is still pretty cool just seeing the sun just beyond the horizon there. Oh, I missed the mountains again. I do need to make this capsule smart. I should have done that from the beginning. All I'm doing here is watching the biome that we're over up here. I'm getting warm. 1 second. I'm gonna lose my sweater. We're entering that time of the year here where it's cold in the morning and then warm in the afternoons. It's sometimes just straight up hot in the afternoons. That was a nice dramatic sunrise. Could do this and make it even more dramatic, but then the sun looks huge. Mountains, got it. One more time warp here as we climb in our orbit. Cold shores. All right, we got the cold shores. Oh, tundra. Oh, we got the ice caps. Northern ice shelf. So our science in this career is set at 50%, so we only get half of the science. We just passed over the North Pole. So we gotta milk it all. We gotta milk it like a cow. Ice caps, did I grab that one already? Yep, I did. 100, that's what we need. Cold ocean we got. Water I believe we got from the previous flight. I'm gonna raise our periapsis slightly. We only have 125 meters per second of delta V, so we gotta be a little careful. There we go, 150. 206 over 150. I like 150. 150 is a good altitude. Alright, should be coming in over the deserts here momentarily. Shores, I think we have. Nope, there's water. No, we did not have shores. Well, now we have shores. Good. Should probably double check, make sure we have water too then. Yep, we already got it before. But we're about to hit deserts. Grasslands. Islands we already have. Deserts. Or as Kerbals would put it, desserts. For Kerbals, it's desserts. Mountains we have already. Cold ocean we have. I got Southern Ice Shelf already, right? Yep. I'm pretty sure ice caps we already have. Let's take a look at what biomes here we might be flying over. Yep, there's Southern Ice Shelf, Cold Ocean we already have. Water we have. Grasslands we have. Shores we have. Mountains we have. Badlands we do not. We'll be flying over Badlands. Here we are. Here's our orbit line for this orbit. Yep, tundra we have. Ice caps, I'm pretty sure we have. Yep, so we just need Badlands. Which we will get here pretty soon. Cold Ocean. Water. That'll be nighttime when we go over. Shores. Next time we do a polar orbit, remind me to launch at sunrise or sunset. Ashlands. Highlands. Grasslands. Shores again. Highlands. Grasslands. Looking for Badlands. Highlands. Badlands. Al's a naughty girl. She likes the Badlands. I was gonna try to get a better screenshot, but I'm not gonna worry about it. Not that. I want that map. And we're almost a third of the way around the planet. It's only been an hour. Actually, we're going to be coming in not too far from the desert airfields. This would actually work. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and hit that re-entry burn here. We're a little late, but... can't run it out. Oh, that's right. I only have attitude control. I forgot about that. Yeah, we're gonna have to make a Mark II of this. We only have attitude control thrusters. Alright, we just passed over the North Pole. This is gonna be a pretty steep re-entry. Jade! Finish making some parts, gotta make some textures for him. Nice. A new kind of SSTO engine. Uh-oh. Should I be worried? Function! What's up, my friend? How you doing today? Alright, let's set this to the isle or the desert runway. Where's the desert runway? Or desert launch site. Works either way. No fantasy stuff? No worries? Alright. A little fantasy stuff every now and then isn't too bad. Ah, Marilith? Yes, indeed. Alright, we're about 100 kilometers up, so it's time to rotate this bad boy a little bit to get rid of that service module. I'm gonna release it 90 degrees. Relative to us, right about 3, 2, 1, release. Alright, passing 87 kilometers altitude, descending. Alright, parachutes are armed, all guidance systems are shut down. It's now up to physics. Yep, there's the desert launch site. You can even see the runway slightly. Coming up on atmospheric interface now. We're gonna say hi, Desert Airfield. It's right there. Hippie Nation? No, this is the fourth one. First polar orbit, though. Look at those clouds, dude. That is just...
Redonkulous!
right, Valentina Kerman.
Coming in hot.
There's our service modules over there. Dude, I love the bow shock, all of it, dude. It just awesome. Firefly, man.
Yeah, baby.
Function, the answer to that question is
Yes.
so in Discord, I have a mod list, and go down to KSP mods, and there is a mod list. If there's something specific that you're wondering what it is, ask and I can point you in the right direction. But just naming the mods, we'll be here for the next 30 minutes. All right, Firefly is for the ranger effects, just the quick ones. The ground textures are parallax. The clouds, the volumetric clouds, and the water and all that is Black Rack, his volumetric clouds mod, which you have to get from his Patreon. Yeah, but if there's something specific you haven't seen before and you want to know what it is, let me know and I'll point you in the right direction. Yeah, you only need to subscribe to him for 1 month, and then you can download his volumetric clouds. Worth it. I mean, look at all that. Function for most mods, yes. It's still the way to go. And for anybody who needs access to Discord, you can find it right there. And if your Twitch account is already linked to Discord, and just as an FYI, as a shortcut for since we got all the gift subs, if you want this exact mod list in the my Twitch subscribers channel in Discord, you can download my game data folder. All you have to do is copy your Kerbal, your KSP to a new directory. It won't mess with anything that you have already by doing this. Delete your game data folder, like completely nuke the whole thing, and then just paste mine in there. After downloading it, and then just go get Black Rack's Volumetric Clouds mod, and you're done. You'll have the same install. Alright, we're gonna cut that chute and let go of the heat shield. Probably should let go of the heat shield a while earlier. And this is courtesy of a mod called Comfortable Landing. .1 science, we'll take it. Yep, no report. And surface sample gives us 0.4, we'll take it. So that's an extra 0.5. But look how awesome the water is. And when you're next to the coastline, dude, it's really amazing. Alright, let's go and recover this. And once we have the tech unlocked, we won't be using that recover button that way anymore. we'll actually have to come out and pick up the Kerbals and the crew and the vehicles that they come back with. And that's why, yeah, that's why I still could have done it earlier, because the drogue chute was there. All right, but we brought back 48.6 science from that mission. That's quite a bit for us. And Valentina Kerman is advanced to level 1, right? And she got a Research 5 ribbon, a Mach 3 ribbon, and a Kerbin Orbital EVA ribbon. This is from a mod called Final Frontier. It gives your Kerbals all ribbons, and you can keep track of who has done what. Like what their accomplishments are, how many missions they've been on, how much mission time they have, all of it. Where's that actually down here? And rewards for new biomes, an extra 25 grand. We'll take it. All right, 81.6 science is not enough for us to do anything with. Yeah, and this install is stock scale, because with Lynx's parallax update, I didn't want to have to deal with all the coordinates and changing when you go up in scale. You have to do all kinds of coordinates adjustments, right? So we have, as you can see, KSC extended. We also have the Jada Mars Harbor over here that's borrowed from JNSQ. We have Kerbinside Remastered installed, so we have all kinds of air bases. And if I went to 1/4 real scale, which is I like that scale a lot, like a lot. Problem is, I'd have to go through and move or relocate every single asset from every single one of these bases. And I just...
Too lazy for that shit.
Function not in this playthrough yet. In my sandbox, yes, I have the plane, if that's the one you're referring to. I do have some cool helicopters though in this one. They're not crazy, but they are pretty cool. Like this one. This one's really fun to fly. I like flying this one. And it hauls ass. In like 250 knots. Function, I can flip over to the sandbox real fast and you can take a clip if you want. Hey, Hildebrandt, what's going on? You want the flips or just the flying backwards or a combination? Function, you can make the clip yourself. So you can make it as, you know, however you want to do it. And that one. I think 30 seconds is the longest for a clip, I think. Or maybe it might be 90 seconds. I don't remember. Or you can just give them I've been loading this series to YouTube. So you can also just, because it probably won't be available until tomorrow. You can just send them the link and you can see it from the whole thing. If that works too. And I've flown this around a couple times during this series. I just couldn't tell you where. Which episode or what timestamp to look for. Right, so I can just give you an idea. Right now we're about 2 hours and 15 minutes in. So I'll give you a good idea of where we 2:15 is where to jump in. So anybody hasn't seen this, this is what chat has dubbed the plane. There are no reaction wheels on the cockpit, right, or anywhere else in the aircraft. This is purely control surfaces and high thrust to weight and thrust vectoring. Right. I'm using a Rocketology rebalance mod that removes all reaction wheels from airplane cockpits because it makes airplanes fly weird. Right. Case in point, I'll turn the brakes off. Here you can see, you know, the plane's not torquing around with the control surfaces. It's just doing its normal drifting. That's, you know, par for the course with Kerbal. I forgot other cockpit mods, so it's not set up. But you can do it from this view too. Why isn't this working? Huh. Interesting. Oops, yep. Blocked her out. We were going way too, we were almost supersonic when I flipped it. Yeah, Millie just did 26 Gs. Sorry, Millie. Yeah, nose dragger, you don't see that every day. Too soon for me. Thank you. Oops, we're gonna hit. Sorry, Millie. Oops.
Oops.
Alright, anyway, that's the plane. I originally made it, to teach advanced aerodynamics in KSP, because understanding basic airplanes, right, and then moving on to advanced airplanes leads to significantly better space planes. Ultimately is where it goes. Right? Or, you know, if you want yourself to have a really cool orbiter and understand everything that's going on with it, right, with its re-entry performance, right? But really, it really goes more to like single stage to orbit space planes. Because just like the plane, this is backwards from what most people would tell you that we should work. Right, if I go back to the plane. Most people will tell you that this is a guaranteed crash. Not necessarily true. You can manipulate this. First of all, with your angle of attack, and your control surfaces, you can move this around. Right, case in point, right? If I were to give this thing, this would be 15 degrees angle of attack. Right, so just if you're not aware, you can use the editors as a mini simplified wind tunnel. Direction of travel is always towards the door, parallel to the floor. Does not matter what the orientation of the vessel is. It's always assumed that your direction of travel is parallel to the floor towards the door. So this would be 15 degrees angle of attack. And you can see the center of lift goes slightly backwards right through the center of mass. It becomes perfectly balanced in that turns, which is why the aircraft can pivot on, you know, on all of its axis equally. Right? And then if we were to add in control surface movement or deployment. Alright, so that would be 30 degrees of flaps. We also have leading edge flaps on this vehicle, so drop them 30 degrees. Put us down to like 10 degrees. There you go. As you can see, now our center of lift is just slightly behind the center of mass. And it becomes stable in flight again. Right, and it will fly around like a normal airplane. And you can do that because one, reaction wheels. No reaction wheels in airplanes. Just saying. No reaction wheels
on airplanes.
Right, and then once you can do it with the smaller space planes, you can scale it up. And what happens is your space planes, when they're ascending to orbit, have almost no angle of attack, which means no drag or very little drag. You minimize drag dramatically. Right, which vastly improves your delta V performance by not having, you know, very little atmospheric drag, right? So angle of attack is the difference between, well, in real life, it's the difference between your chord line and your direction of flight. But in game, it's where your nose is pointed versus where your aircraft is actually flying. And if you can minimize that, it's less drag, significantly less drag. And of course, there's adverts right in the middle of it. But yeah, function tomorrow. Just remember 2:15 for a timestamp, and then look for it on YouTube. Which, if you need YouTube, here you go. And then because it'll strip the ads. Well, at least they'll switch the Twitch ads won't be there. Can't say for the YouTube ads. Yes, because it's less drag. The more you minimize drag, your delta V goes up. And just so you're aware, delta V also applies to airplanes with jet engines. It's just their delta V number is significantly higher since it's pulling the the oxygen out of the atmosphere and not out of a tank. Alright, so back to our career save. Function, yeah, it depends on the engine. Because it's basically you have unlimited oxygen in the atmosphere. Right, so it just boils down to how much liquid fuel you're carrying. Alright, but it depends on what engine you're using in Kerbal and what altitude you're flying at and speed. And I really, really do need to start making some aerodynamics tutorials just to put up on YouTube. So I can just point people to go there. Anyway, okay, so we got that mission done. Let's go ahead and warp to the morning. All right, let's see how our... Oh, I did not mean to enter that building. Let's see how our scan of Moon is going, if it's finally done or not. There's a little bit of science there. Geez, 98.2% on the altimetry of Moon, and the multi and visual are still at 89.4%. As I think we transmitted when we had roughly half of the science. So there's still half more to get, but I want to wait until they're 100%. Alright, so let's take a look at our contracts here. We can do a satellite contract. But I'm more interested in... possibly a Minmus flyby. Let's see what else we can get in here. Or we can do another lunar landing. We did put our first probe landing on the moon. Even though the landing gear nearly killed us. And they definitely prevented us from bouncing to different biomes for more science. And we can do an automated return for the moon or a rover. Oh, from a specific location though on the rover. That could be problematic. Because if it's not on the Kerbin facing side, that could be problematic. With 2 Kerbals in orbit. Not sure if that means from the same vehicle. Yeah, 1 craft with 2 Kerbals. Okay. Yeah, we can't do that yet. Alright, we'll take this one, start exploring Minmus. Perform our first flyby and return science. We'll take that mission. Alright, test the LV-1037 rear guard liquid fueled engine at the launch site. We'll take that one. That's an easy contract to do. Perform an unmanned Minmus flyby. All right, we can do that. Function, yeah, if you're, you know, subscribed to the channel, then yes. You would have access to that channel to where all you have to do is just download, it's a zip file, it's gamedata.zip. Download it, unzip it, and dump your game data folder and just put mine in there. However, you would still need to go get BlackRock's Volumetric Clouds mod and the other components of it. I do not have that packaged in with that because it's not mine. All right, he's the one that created that, and he put it behind, you know, a Patreon wall. I mean, there's good reason for him. He put a lot of work into it. It'll work without it, yes. All right, and if you want to do it all manually, if you go down to the KSP mods channel, there is a text file in there that has all the mods, and it also has for anything that does have to be a manual download, it has the link to go get it. Just in the listing there's more mods in that. I didn't list dependencies because I kind of figured dependencies are kind of obvious, right? And Twitch is twitching out on me again. All right, let's check out our probe here for a Minmus flyby. What do we do for our Mooner Flyer? And we have better launch vehicle now for sure. This would still work. I mean, the only experiments that we could actually add to it would be a Science Junior, but Science Juniors are so big.
That's what she said.
I can give you an idea. Here's the size of a Science Junior. Unless... like our Octosat Bus Mark II. Alright, there's already a thermometer on here. I put a thermometer on everything. Yeah, this really isn't set up as a very good probe core base. It's a good satellite base, not a good probe core base. Maybe we need to make a Mark II version of the Mooner Flyer. Function, and technically it's not my mod, it's just named after me. It's actually written by Jada Mar and UnKerbaled. What image? Jade, are you the are you the one that listed that one? Like, what image did you put on there? I'm curious. I'm almost scared to ask, actually. Was it Onka? Now I gotta go look, because I have no idea. Okay, but yeah, I'm curious what image there actually is. Anyway, oh, it's just the logo. And the flags. What plane is that? That's not one of mine. Yeah, so anyway, function, you're not missing anything. Jade, you know what? You know it's in the junior year junior high school class yearbook. Right, it's like opening up your junior year or your junior high school class yearbook and looking at your haircut and clothing style. When you go back through and look at some of your like early Kerbal designs and you're like,
what the was I thinking?
I think we're just gonna launch this. It's still gonna get the job done. I was just thinking about something with the actually adding the science junior or two on it. I mean, technically, I guess I kind of still could. Man, these are so big.
These are ginormous.
You'd never get any of these through TSA. To get on an airplane. And you can't see anything clipping in, so it's fine. I mean, I could do that.
She's got saddlebags.
Well, or just to be more blunt.
She's got baggage.
Technically, I think this actually increases the price though significantly, right? Nope, not super significantly. I'm actually okay with that. And tweak scaling these down, the price goes up. But that looks so much better. I can live with that. Change the name to the probe flyer for this. Very little effect on mass. Nothing is overly clipped to where it wouldn't, you know, it'd ruin functionality, so save that. Let's get a rocket under it.
That looks good.
All right, double check the staging here. All right. So this rocket is going to overperform like crazy with this small of a payload. But that's all right. And the probe itself has more than enough Delta V on board to be able to push itself out to Minmus and do the correction, because we're going to do our bi-elliptical transfer. Once we actually are able to make more advanced rockets and have better parts unlocked, we'll start at least at 2.5, not until 2.5 meter. We'll start looking at recoverable rockets, our first stages. Once we get the, you know, the long 2.5 meter tanks. We're still using short 1.875 meter tanks. All right, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna pop out and find Minmus. Minmus, where are you at? There you are. Set as target. All right, as I said, there are actually two perfect launch windows for this a day. Right at ascending or descending node. I'm not going to worry about that for this. I'm going to wait until Minmus is just below the horizon, and we're going to do Minmus direct with a biological transfer. I guess this technically isn't direct then at that point, but we're going to Minmus via biological transfer. However, we are going to launch direct to that. All right, so our first maneuver node that we're going to be making will be for the correction above Minmus's orbital altitude. Why is there probe debris over here on the launch pad? I'm curious why. Alright, just using a little bit of time warp here. And right about there looks good. Alright, let's get guidance completely set up here. That way we know how far downrange we've gone. An airplane, no coordinated turn. Alright, camera check. Fairing camera is good. Rocket cam is good. MS Flyer is go. Upper stage is go. Core stage is go. Guidance is go. I need a go, no go from chat. And Nepsmore, the launch pad parts are from Alpha Mensei's launch pads. And we are go for launch in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Main engine start. 2, 1, send it. We have liftoff. We've cleared the tower. All right, let's go for pitch and roll maneuver. Supersonic coming up on max Q. Alright, we've exceeded 2.5 Gs of acceleration. We're going to go ahead and throttle back to 2/3. Alright, 1 minute into the flight. almost 20 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 19 kilometers. All right, back up to 2.5 G's acceleration. We're going to throttle back down to 1/2. 10 seconds out from booster separation. Wrong button. And shutdown. And booster sep. We have good booster separation. Alright, passing an altitude of 48 kilometers. And we are now 65 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, coming up on 2 minutes into the flight. Alright, stand by for fairing deploy. We have good fairing deploy. And we have Miko. We have good stage separation and upper stage ignition. I could incorporate some inclination change here. I'm not going to, just to show you how I normally do this. So Mimus is at an altitude of 46,400,000 meters. All right, and we have upper stage shutdown. We still have energy in it. I don't want it in orbit, so we're gonna shut it down here. And we have good payload deploy. Probe is going active. All right, continuing our acceleration. Gypsy, what's up, man? Alpha Male? Or Alpha Midsay? What's going on, buddy? Hey, Pax, how you doing? Yeah, it doesn't just dampen the sounds, it replaces all the sound. Rocket Sound Enhancement replaces all the sounds. And you can set it to how you want it to react. It's got a whole settings window. Enzo's a pretty good guy, man. He put a lot of work into this. Yep, you can see Moon was trying to be a gravity bully. Alright, now when you get out here, you got to be careful because it's very easy to leave Minmus's sphere of influence, and that's not what we want to do. Alright, we're going to come up to about 50 million meters. That looks good. Make sure solar panels are oriented the right direction. They are. Alright. As our probe is on its way. Okay, so now, out here. Alright, come on, man. Work with me here. There we go. I was in the wrong spot. Been a minute since I've done this. All right, so that'll put us 10 kilometers over the surface of Minmus. And you can see it's 121 meters per second of delta V, where it's nearly 400 if you were to do that inclination change in low Kerbal orbit. And you can do this for a lot less. If you mess around with this, you can actually do this for about half of that. But Hunt to me, what's up, man? Oh yeah, Alpha Mitzi, how many parts are in your mod, your Launchpads mod? Because I know when I did JNSQ and I used your mod plus Cobalt's Blue Dog Design Bureau.
God damn, that's a lot of parts.
Plus everything else. You don't even know anymore? All right, everybody say bye, Kerbin. And now everybody knows what a biological transfer is. It's the same one type of maneuver that we did when we put our satellites into geostationary orbit. We did a biological transfer. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and warp 6 days out here. Yeah, it's not a big mod. I mean, like texture-wise. And I mean, with today's games, dude. Alright, I'm going to warp us to our maneuver here. Let's see how low our orbital velocity is out here. It's tiny. Yeah, but I do have one question, Alpha. How come I can't use the search function with your mod? Alright, starting burn in 10 seconds. Commencing burn. All right, 9,700 meters over. Perfect. And our periapsis over Kerbin is 1.3 million meters. So even once we leave this, we'll be able to re-enter Kerbin's atmosphere and burn up. All right, make sure we're aligned for sunlight. And see, now we're dropping almost into a polar orbit. There's a Mimus right there. There's our rock. Ah, okay, Alpha. Wait, you have categories though, don't you? I didn't open up the categories. All right, we are in Minmus's sphere of influence. All right, first round of experiments. We get one set from high orbit, one set from low. There's Kerbin, way out there. All right, material study while in space high over Minmus. The high radiation environment caused a few of the samples to glow. It looks like it would be fun to paint the rocket with this. All right, we're only going to get like half from this because we're going to transmit it. All right, magnetometer scan while in space high over Minmus. Frozen ice cream doesn't emit a magnetic field, dummy. All right, let's send that back. Yeah, I'll have to try that. I didn't expand it to look at it. In fact, I forgot about they even existed until you mentioned it. All right, temperature scan. Measuring the temperature of space appears to be quite impossible as there's no matter around to be either hot or cold, except the spacecraft and the thermometer itself. This is probably going to give the R&D guys something to think about for a while. Transmit. Atmospheric pressure scan while in space high over Minmus. The instrument reads 0 as if it were in a vacuum. Transmit. Mystery goo. The goo feels right at home here. Transmit. Alright, and reset the other goo and reset the other material study. Yeah, I just forgot it, the Alpha. I'm a little rusty on some things because it, you know, not playing this for nearly 3 years. 2 years. Something like, I don't know. I lost track. Alright, so we're going to keep descending in here towards Mimus, but this guy's got to go punch the bladder reset button. So hold that thought, and I'll be
Right back.
Alright, I'm back. My bladder feels better. Okay. Now, the other thing we could do here is we're not going to have line of sight at our periapsis, but if we go slightly past here, if we add a maneuver here, we can actually make it do a very small maneuver here to re-enter the atmosphere and make sure that this burns up. We're getting too many interactions. I think we're going to end up with something with Moon, so we're going to just wait until we leave Kerbin's Sphere of Influence. It's not a big deal just to burn retrograde. It'll just cost... Actually, it wouldn't even cost us much more in Delta V. Irrelevant. Translation?
Irrelevant.
Alright, so we're just going to continue to fall towards Mimus here. Let's fall down to about there. Alright, everybody say hi, Mimus. one moment, because we technically should be... aiming at Kerbin. We might be not in comms range for our low approach. We're still in space high. And there goes comms. We're now in space low, but we have no comms, so I can't run any experiments. But very close to the surface there. And there we go, comms. All right, transmit, 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 and transmit. I thought it was 20 kilometers at Minmus for low space. Is it 30? Yeah, 30 kilometers. Okay, thought it was 20. It's 30. Okay, sweet. We got all of our science and we have sent it all home. We haven't even gotten any material study from Moon yet. This is gonna be a pretty good science haul. All right, everybody say bye, Minmus. And I totally forgot to get a screenshot of all of that, any of that. Because, yep.
Not so smart, this guy.
MJ, yeah, the probe bus, yeah. Self-propelled probe bus. All right, so now we are back. Nope, not quite. Now we are back in Kerbin's sphere of influence. We have left Minmus's sphere of influence. All right. Ensures they're gonna burn up in Kerbin's atmosphere. Technically, we could just ignore this and go back to doing what we're doing, because this is what, 6 days, almost 7 days. But that's all right. We'll ride it out. All right, as we fall back towards Kerbin. Boom. Everybody loves a good atmospheric burn up, right? Everybody likes explosions, fireworks. Oh wow, they're actually going to be able to see this from the KSC. Did you know the KSC is right, literally 260 kilometers that way?
And that's all she wrote.
Yeah, there's the KSC right there, so. There. Whoever wanted their explosions, there you go. You had your explosions. Alright, off to the Space Center. Let's see what science we got.
Science!
And gee, I like my exoskeletons and way of doing probes and satellites.
$210.
Science. All right, well, first milestones. We have the recent accomplishments of your space program have attracted contributions from numerous organizations. We have initiated the first flyby of Minmus. 1 bonus science, 4 reputation, 34,800 credits. C-bills. K-bills, because they're Kerbals. We'll call them K-bills. All right, we have gathered the first scientific data from Minmus, 16,704 K-bills, and 2 reputation. We have escaped the gravitational influence of Minmus, 25,000 K-bills, 1 science, and 3 reputation. Flyby Minmus. Mission success. Your craft has flown close enough to Minmus to return good data to our scientists. Next up is to impact it with the craft. Completion reward, 72,000 K-bills, 1 science, and 12 reputation. Start exploring Minmus. Huzzah! There's no such thing as the final frontier. Completion rewards, 198,000 K-bills, 6 science, and 22 reputation. Perform an unmanned Minmus flyby mission. You did it. You sent a probe on a Minmus flyby. 71,908 K-bills, 8 science, 16 reputation.
Sweet.
All right, what do we need to unlock? Advanced construction, not necessarily yet, really. Landing would be nice. And we get the Launchscape System Junior to be able to actually make a Mark II version of our capsule, even though we've only actually flown it once, twice. Advanced flight control gives us all kinds of stuff. What gives us more science? Medium reentry pods, which would give us the P. I need advanced flight control before I can get that. Space exploration gives us the enhanced multispectral scanner. Actually, you know what? Before we spend any science, Let's see if this is done. Alright. Our low resolution altimetry scan is done. Our low res radar scan of Moon is complete. Finally. Alright, which is this. Alright, no blank spots. But the multispectral and low vis is still only at 91%. Let's go get that science. We don't know what this probe debris is, though, that we're over there. That's been laying around. Oh, it's from our abort test. It didn't clean up automatically. The abort testing we were doing didn't clean up. Let's go to Moonscan 1. And Kerbin looks so close. All right, analyze data. We have an additional 3.9 science. We've already sent back a lot of it. All right, data show broad sweeping strokes of the landscape below. A high resolution scan would be more helpful, but you can probably find a suitable landing site using this data. All right, transmit that back. And we can stop that scan. I say, is that fax machine gonna stop? All right, and over here we have our multispectral and low vis. It's giving our biome data. It has 4 science to send. I'm gonna go ahead and send it. It's got a little bit more to go, but we'll leave this one going. This one's taking longer. It must have a narrower band. All right, so this is the actual satellite, or the actual satellite here. This is our auxiliary stage that we use to push it out here. And I left it attached because it's still got quite a bit of fuel in it. All right, so it's our primary satellite bus with the probe experiments added onto it, and then the auxiliary stage attached to it for more fuel. Maryland, probably at those Mexican Coke bottling plants. Yeah, I don't think MGB was here for the Mexican Coke conversation. All right, back to the Space Center. I like science. Do you like science?
I like science.
Speaking of, man, have you guys seen any of those damn conspiracy theories about the 3I Atlas or IA3 Atlas, whatever the heck it's called? The interstellar comet that's just a comet? Have you guys seen some of the conspiracy theories around that? Woof.
They be high.
Heavier rocketry would be nice. All right. Advanced fuel systems would also be nice, but in order to be able to get advanced fuel system, which is 160, I need to unlock advanced Construction, which is 90. And a lot of things are behind this advanced construction. And also, like, advanced aerodynamics or supersonic flight. We need this part specifically. Actually, there's several parts in here we need to be able to build an airliner to satisfy the other contracts we have. Advanced aerodynamics would be nice, but not necessary. Efficient flight systems also, well, not necessary yet. I'm thinking supersonic flight. Because it's going to allow us to be able to complete some of those other Kerbin contracts we have. Right, plus the gap contracts, because we need an airliner. So, supersonic flight it is. Alright, it leaves us 58 science in the bank. Oh yeah. Like, I mean, I saw one that basically the U.S. government shutdown was because that the Trump administration was in negotiations with the alien race that had arrived on that thing. Oh my god, dude. I mean, first, let that play out in your head for a minute. The Trump administration negotiating with an alien intelligence. They'd fucking nuke us for sure. Oh, man. Jade, we were talking about before, like, bottled soda. We were talking about, like, the history of Dr. Pepper and bottled soda in general, and I said the only bottled soda you can get here anymore is Mexican Coke. And then I realized I needed to clarify on that, you know, Mexican Coca-Cola. But yes. And the theories get even way more bizarre than that. I mean, some guy at the park in the morning was telling me, you know, about, like, just... Marilyn, that would be a coin toss. Alright, I'm not going to unlock all these parts because this is 1.4 million, or almost 1.5 million. So I'm only going to unlock them as we need them. Alright, so this one, the 1.5 crew cabin, we know we need that. The air ramp, we know we need that. The connectors, we know we need. Alright, some of these others I'll unlock as we need them. Unlock that giant ass wing. 45,000 for the auxiliary power engine? Dude. Alright, so first up, let's make our airliner, finally. You'd be the bestest at it, huh? Oh man, I really don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Because you'd get lost in that fucking hole. Nope, not that one. That one. So, who likes airplanes? Okay, it's 8. How many do we need to be able to carry here? Alright, that one's 7 passengers. That one's 10 passengers. Yeah. We'll just go with the front one. We're gonna keep this as a smaller aircraft. And that's big.
That's what she said.
Alright, well, let's make some utility out of this, at least. I don't know if I'll keep that tail. I'm undecided. Depends on how I decide to do the engines. Yeah, oh yeah, it's definitely an extinction level event. No question. Oof, that is really far forward. That's not where they're staying. I'm just doing this so that they're even while I build this out, and then we'll use the gizmo to move them into place. I don't want those to stage. Oh, turn on crossfeed. Basically make this airliner like a big Learjet. Good lord, that's a big ass wing. That's still a big ass wing. Option 1. Advanced understanding of pity. You can use them as drop tank, easy for drop tanks. I like flying lower. I used to do corporate finance, and the company the company I work for owned 3 private jets, and I was on the mergers and acquisitions team. I've flown on private jets quite often. It's not the same though, because it's not yours. Right? I mean, we would be wheels up at 7 a.m. in the morning, and we'd basically have a strategy meeting on the plane about what we needed to do for that day for the, for the merger or acquisition. Right? 45-minute, hour flight, sometimes hour and a half. You arrive, everybody goes to what they need to do, right? And at 7 p.m. your wheels up to fly home. I mean, that's the part that's nice, but you're in another meeting covering what did you get, did you make it, did you complete your objectives for the day, right? And giving a summary of where you're at. It made for long days, very long days. The flight wasn't enjoyable. The only thing that's enjoyable about it is that you literally, well, at least where our corporate office was located, because we had our own hangar, you drive your car into the airport through a private entrance, with a RF pass. and then you literally park inside the hangar, you get out of your vehicle, and you walk onto the airplane. Right? And, you know, for the time that you're arriving the hangar, the time you're taking off is like less than 15 minutes. That part's nice. Right? But, you know, it's not enjoyable for the enjoyable, you know, for, you know, hey, let's enjoy this flight. Nah, it was all meetings. Sometimes you want an aerodynamic looking decoupler for your solids. Oh, Jade. That can be misinterpreted. Wide 1080 from the Fat 455. That's what actually was what I was looking for. Actually, now that you mention it. Oh, that's the super lift wing. That's just the main wing. This would have to get rescaled a little bit. It's also the sweep on this is insane. Put it back to like 80. Oh yeah, that's better actually. Probably can go to 75. I wanted to rescale the wings, but oh, there's two of them on there. No wonder. Alright, if you don't know where to put your main wing on an airplane, you mount it at center mass. That's where you put it. I don't know if that'd be big enough for a TTL. Jade, you don't. You know, if you're... Pancake, you missed it. We had lots of explosions. But Jade, do you get where I'm going with that? Just think constipation, and that's all you need. Let your imagination fill in the rest of your statement. Need an aerodynamic way to get rid of your solids. Sounds like a laxative commercial. The aerodynamic. Oh, that's the wrong one. This one? No. Which one is it? This one? No. All right. I lost track. Psychedelic laxative commercial. But anyway, just imagine, the pitch guy, the aerodynamic way to get rid of your solids. Wizard, what's going on, man? How you doing? Quick, give me some some pylons. I need to jettison my solids. Adolescent humor wins the day.
Again.
Why do they do that? So I need to do this. Also, where are we at with the name of our planes? All right, we're up to KP5. What do we want to call it? Yeah, well, let's go with something simple. The Flakin'. The Flakin'. The reason it makes me laugh is because airliners are always late. They're always flaking. Falcon. We'll call it the Falcon. So I can laugh at your responses, Pancake. By the way, Pancake, dude, you bailed on us yesterday without even saying goodbye. You suck, dude. Oh, and dude, we caught your crash. We heard this big explosion, and then we watched your marker jump like 7 kilometers. So we saw Pancake. Ah, no worries. I'm just giving you a hard time. We just thought it was funny because we just happened to be looking at your marker because you went silent, and then we heard a big explosion, and then your marker jumped 7.5 kilometers. Oh, really? We were laughing because I even asked like in party chat because you'd already disconnected from voice. We wasn't sure if you were going to respond or not, but did Pancake just pancake? It must have just been coincidence because it looked funny. Okay, so these are our ailerons. These are nothing. They're just there to complete the wing. Here's our flaps. Oh, another ship was in your hangar and they blew up. Okay. And that looks really high for 10 degrees, doesn't it? All right, we'll go with 5. And I'm still going to add angle of incidence, but I want to build out the tail plane first, which will need to be a T-plane. A T-tail. To be somewhat on the small side. Alright, why are these all weird? I'll be weird. Why are these all trying to be all weird? Don't worry, this is not where they're going. It's just easier to build here with without it being in a weird angle that causes this thing to want to go nuts. With those. Or those. I think those. Need 35 degrees? Why 35? Why not 34 or 36? That's back much further than I was hoping for. That's too far back. The reason I want this closer is, remember what we were talking about before about minimizing the angle of attack? You can get significantly more speed because of the less drag. I need some ballast back here. We got plenty of liquid fuel though, like plenty. You be able to play some Stash Citizen today? You know, I gotta take Delta to the park almost immediately here, and then get something to eat. Then I'll probably play some Star Citizen tonight, off stream. Anybody play? Did anybody else? Who else plays Star Citizen that I don't normally, you know, play with? Anybody out there play Star Citizen? The other issue is that these are getting really high. Yep, not even a little bit. Yep. You tried it back when it's unplayable? How long ago was that? Yesterday? Don't get me wrong, Star Citizen still has issues. But it is definitively better than what it once was. Still don't like that. And it's because of the mass of this cockpit. How much does cockpit weigh? Alright, so this cockpit basically weighs 1.7 tons with passenger mass. Ish. It's close enough to 1.7 tons to make it 1.7 tons. The engines weigh 1.5 tons apiece. How much do the crew cabins weigh? That should be more than enough mass to offset to bring this back, like way back. 1.14 tons plus passenger mass. Each. And there's only 2 of them. Yeah, well, everything in Kerbal, man, at least in stock Kerbal, is pig iron and concrete. That's what everything is made out of. Compared to real-life counterparts, it's pig iron and concrete. Yeah, I always forget that. These are 1.5 tons each. That's another 925 kilos, almost 1 ton. Plus 50 kilos there. There should be more than enough mass to pull this way back. Problem is, it's these wings, right? Their mass is like way up here, but their center of lift is way back here. I can't remember what cockpit this is actually. This cockpit's modeled off of a real plane. Right, it's kind of like a Kerbalized version of it. Let's call it the size 1.5 cockpit, but it's 1.875 meters. But yeah, it's modeled after an actual real cockpit. Yeah, it's kind of like a Kerbalized version of it. Alright, but we'll have to finish this next time, as I gotta take Delta to the park before she pops the gasket, because I was not able to take her this morning. So we're gonna save that. But yeah, but the way life can suck, if you still have a Star Citizen account or a game package, it's pretty nice, man. Or even if you don't have a game package, it's free fly right now, so you can jump in. Free flies are always questionable. Is that when you tried it before? Was during a free fly event? The free fly events used to, man, the regular players would avoid it like the plague during a free fly. Yes, I have to go answer to my 4-legged overlord. Okay, so that is gonna do it for me today. We will be this episode will be uploaded to YouTube later this evening. but it probably won't be available. It probably won't finish processing until tomorrow. Right, so anybody that needs access to the YouTube channel, if you want to catch up on any episodes, right, they are up on YouTube. Right, and as I said, this episode will be up, probably available tomorrow morning. All right, you guys are seriously awesome, man. All the gift subsidy. Oh, come on, man. Ad break.
Twitch, goddamn you!
Now we got to sit here through the ad break. Dag nabbit. If I'd seen that, I would have snoozed it, and I build the hat and prevents me from seeing the upper part of the monitor unless I physically look up. I double type all the time, man. And I swear, dude, the ads are so annoying. Even for a streamer, they're so annoying. Because somebody asks a question, and guaranteed is once you read the question and you start answering it, ad break. And you're like... All right, ad break is over. Thank you. All right, thank you, Twitch, for that one. Okay, anyway, where was I? Oh, yes. This episode will likely be available on YouTube tomorrow morning for viewing. I will be playing Star Citizen later this evening if anyone wants to give it a shot. Again, the way it is a free fly, so if you use this link right here, you can download the game for free and just try it out. Right, and it's not all PvP all the time. In fact, I haven't had any PvP encounters in quite some time. You have to go looking for it, more or less. Right, and if you already have an account, you just all you gotta do is download it again, and you have access to all the ships. I think today is Aegis Day for IAE, which is the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo 2955. But I will see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow is Star Citizen. Tomorrow's stream will be Star Citizen. So anybody that is curious, you'll be able to see what it's like tomorrow vicariously if you want. And then our next Kerbal episode, episode 15, will be on Sunday. Yes, Sunday. All right, but you guys have a great morning, great night, great afternoon, great whatever it is, where it may be. I will see you guys next time. Until then,
stay dangerous.